Come here. Let's go. Big
Nanda ka Iribu.
A very good morning to you all and welcome to St. Ignatius Under 20 Soccer Tournament, the much awaited tournament of the year, and 14 schools are gathered here at St. Ignatius. Here on the field of play, we've got Wisowl taking on Mzeki, and it's still 0-0. We are yet to see who is going to win the day. Wisowl in their traditional orange and brown, and Mzeki in their maroon and white. Plays the ball forward, and he plays it out for a goal kick. Rather, a Mzeki throw in, closer to the corner kick. Ball is played in, good opportunity, good block, good attempt, and the goalkeeper collects it. Not a convincing kick from the goalkeeper rather. They throw into Mzeki. Plays the ball out for another throw in, a Mzeki throw in. In the earlier match that was played here, the first match of the day between the host school St. Ignatius and Westminster. St. Ignatius emerging a 3-0 winners, a convincing start to their tournament on their home turf. Throw in again. Wisowl in possession, good block coming in from the right back from Mzeki. Good opportunity, plays this forward. Shot on target, goalkeeper collects it. Another Mzeki throw in. Plays the ball forward, good opportunity for Wisowl. Can he control it? Still in position. Takes it a little too late, but still in position. Poor shot on target, and that is an unnecessary foul. And the referee calls the Wisowl number 11 to give him a warning. But that was a good chance from Wisowl, one they should have capitalized on. Goal kick. Good intercept from Wisowl. Plays it out wide, but the ball was long for anyone to deal with it and easily collected by the Bernard Mzeki goalkeeper. Good passage of play. Plays it out wide. Wisowl regains position. A good block coming in from Bernard Mzeki. A little bit of confusion in the 18, but they managed to deal with it. Again, Wisowl oh, good attempt. Unfortunately, couldn't find the target, but that was a good attempt coming in from the midfielder from Wisowl. The game still locked on New O. Good attempt really from Wisowl. Trying all sorts of long range attempts. Another long range attempt. Good block from Bernard Mzeki. Still good passage. Good opening. Good block coming in. Pressure coming in from Wisowl.
Attention, please. End of first half. Please go to all schools media. All schools media. Will you prepare to subscribe and watch all again? All schools media. Subscribe and you watch all the games. Okay, thank you.
And welcome back to the second half of a game between Wisowl and Bernard Mzeki. Wisowl with another lead, courtesy of a goal that was scored just before halftime. And here in the commentary box, I'm joined by none other than Francis Nyamtsamba, a veteran broadcaster who will be assisting us in sharing his insights as we watch the exciting and grassroots development of our local football in the school space. A good pass to Bernard Mzeki as he's trying to attack that one, but good diligence coming in from the Wisowl number 5 to deal with that ball. Is throw in Bernard Mzeki as they are chasing an equalizer as time is ticking. A good attempt of an acrobatic kick from Bernard Mzeki, but unfortunately it lacked the power. Mr. Nyamtsamba, what's your take on these games so far?
Well, I would say I would start by applauding the level of consistency when it comes to schools football in terms of the staging of such tournaments. Last week there was the under-17 tournament at Centenary. A lot of exciting talent, and I do want to applaud you guys for what you're doing in terms of exposing the young talent. I think it is an opportunity for Premier Soccer League coaches to also take their time to just come to the platforms, get to see some of the action that's happening within schools football. There is a lot of talent, lots of exciting talent, and I think the future is bright from a perspective of Zimbabwean football. So yeah, in terms of the level of competition, you can see the boys knocking the ball around. You can see that schools have adopted the hiring of trained coaches. So yeah, it is very, very encouraging.
That is so true, Francis. You realize that this is an under-20 soccer tournament, and when you look at what's happening at world stage football, you look at the ages of upcoming superstars like Lamine Yamal. They're exactly the same age as the boys that are playing on the field of play. So definitely we need to expose them more to bigger and better leagues. Oh, that was a nasty foul, and referee correctly sports that one, and it will be a Bernard Mzeki free kick as they try to restore parity here, chasing a narrow lead, a one-goal lead from Wisowl. In a game, perhaps you have the feeling that they should be a 1 or 2 up. A good opportunity. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the target. But as we were saying, Francis, it's a little bit more of exposure that these young boys would need to be exposed to different leagues. We are living in a global village, and the platform by which we are publishing these games is one that is accessible anywhere in the world. And you would invite every team that's looking for talent to just come through and have a look and see some good athleticism that these boys are. Good opportunity. What can you do from here? The alertness of the same center half from Wisowl, just to try and close down that space for a Wisowl goal kick. At this level of the competition, you realize that you need to take every opportunity that you get, because it's a competition of time. Oh, good opportunity. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the ball. You mentioned earlier on, Francis, that the schools are also investing in more qualified coaches, but I'd also want to acknowledge and applaud our own football federation, the ZIFA, for bringing professional referees, to come and referee these games. The referee that we have on the field of play is a qualified, they're qualified referees, the fourth officials, all qualified referees. I'd like to believe this will raise the standard of football. Back in our day, sometimes we'd play a match with one of your teachers as the referee, and sometimes there's biased refereeing and sometimes not really understanding the rules. So when we have a qualified and professional coming through, even at schoolboy level, to referee, it's a very encouraging sign. Oh, good opportunity. Unfortunately, just goes wide. But Bernard Mzeki doing whatever it takes to try and level matters here, is that searching for a point.
I think in the last 5 minutes, Bernard Mzeki have been dominating possession, and the amount of entries that they're making into the attacking third is something that should be encouraging for their coach, knocking the ball around, taking it wide, bringing it back into the center. But I just feel as though they just need a little bit of more composure in the penalty box in the attacking third. Otherwise, I think it's a matter of time before they draw level.
That's very true, and you'd want the best team to progress, not by sheer luck. Not to say Wisowl are not doing the most, but I like the attacking sense that Bernard Mzeki guys are bringing to their game. Again, another long-range attempt from Wisowl, only going wide. And on the touchline, Wisowl introduces another player. Long ball. Clearance from Wisowl. Another long ball. Keeper to collect. Oh. Hesitating at the first time. Attempts to play the ball into the box, but the left back alert to that, and the ball goes out for a Bernard Mzeki corner kick. Trying to play it with agency. Let's see if they can get an equalizer from that. Good header! The task. That was a good opportunity for Bernard Mzeki to level meters. See if they can get an equalizer from that. Good header! And the goalkeeper is up to the task. That was a good opportunity to throw in everything if they are to get anything out of this game. Otherwise, it is 3 points to Wisowl in their first group. Wonderful play from the right winger there. Unfortunately, couldn't find his attacker in the box, and opportunity goes out again. And it is Wisowl claiming the first win in their first in the first match. Bernard Mzeki have it all to do in their next 2 assignments. Francis, your take.
The harsh reality of tournament football. Sometimes you may dominate, but ultimately, if you don't score, then the opponent will get the maximum points, the 3 points. Bernard Mzeki trying their best, trying to create overloads in terms of the number of attackers that were putting into the attacking third. But ultimately, Bradford credit. It around back to the goalkeeper. Ah, what a mistake! St. Ignatius, go ahead. St. Ignatius just capitalizing on a concentration by St. John's, looking to knock it around back to the goalkeeper. Ah, what a mistake! St. Ignatius, go ahead. St. Ignatius looking to control. St. John's looking to knock it around back to the goalkeeper. Ah, what a mistake! Looking to promising shot there. Not too far wide. What a start to this game. St. Ignatius surging ahead, just capitalizing on a lapse in concentration by St. John's High. And their coach, the St. John's High coach, should be livid by the complacency exhibited by his charges. St. Ignatius in possession, looking to build it from the back. Throw in St. Ignatius. Throw forward, St. Ignatius in possession. Turned over by St. John's. St. Ignatius regain possession. St. Ignatius looking to catch St. John's on the break. Promising cross there. St. Ignatius in possession. Oh, what a shot! Strikes the upright. St. Ignatius. Oh, what a save by the St. John's High goalkeeper there. St. Ignatius searching for a second goal there. And St. John's High should be counting themselves lucky. Should be counting themselves lucky there. St. Ignatius just striking the upright and looking for a second goal there. Now it's a free kick for St. John's. Long ball forward. Searching for their target man. But St. Ignatius regaining possession. They lose it again. Back to St. John's High. St. John's just knocking it around in the middle of the park. Oh, what a piece of skill there by St. John's in the attacking third. Can they make an instant comeback and St. John's High win a corner? St. John's looking to claw their way back into the game following a blistering start by St. Ignatius. Corner into the box. A poor corner there, hitting the side netting. Goal kick St. Ignatius. Interesting, the number of men being deployed by St. Ignatius up top. Win in possession. Brilliant play by St. Ignatius, surging down the left flank. St. John's regained possession and turned over again by St. Ignatius. Woeful effort. Looking to find the target from range, but a bit of a wayward shot there. Goal kick, St. John's High. St. John's in possession. Foul. Free kick, St. John's High. Long ball forward. St. John's looking, the goalkeeper alert to the situation. Long ball forward. St. Ignatius in possession. St. Ignatius, number 12 in possession. Adjudged to be offside, no goal there. St. Ignatius showing a bit of some variation. At times playing it short, doing the 1-2s, at times playing it long. Looking to catch St. John's on the break, and St. John's with a long goal kick forward. St. Ignatius playing it safe. And it's a throw-in rather. Throw-in St. John's High. St. John's in possession. St. John's keeping possession. Keeping it down the left, being turned over. St. Ignatius regaining possession. Good pass, promising pass, but St. John's regaining possession. St. Ignatius in a promising position, surging into the box. St. Ignatius winning themselves a corner kick. Can St. Ignatius grab a second before the halftime break? Looking at the number of men they've deployed into the box, there are four attackers. Then you have another player just lurking on the D of the box, looking to latch on to any rebound. Corner taken. St. Ignatius. Goalkeeper. The goalkeeper just handles it, and with an early ball forward, St. John's High just trying their level best to come back into this game. 1-0 down, St. John's High. Throw in St. Ignatius. Throw in forward. St. Ignatius in possession. Looking to capitalize on the space down the right-hand side, but possession regained by St. John's. Seems to have been a bit too much there. some theatrics there by the St. Ignatius number 8, just entertaining their crowd. Jogging his man in a rather amusing manner. Throw in St. Ignatius. Throw in forward. St. John's regaining possession. St. Ignatius in possession. St. John's with the ball in the middle of the park, trying to go wide, but unfortunately St. Ignatius intercepting, St. Ignatius defenders intercepting it. Free kick St. John's eye. The ref judges it to have been foul play there. An injury on the St. John's eye. Number 11. Free kick St. John's eye. The ref judges it to have been foul play there. Is in good shape. St. John's eye ready for the restart with a free kick in the middle third. Launched forward, looking to catch the St. Ignatius goalminder unaware, but a bit of a wayward free kick there by the St. John's High defender. One would have thought that he may have perhaps should have opted to find his teammates that were lurking inside the box, but opting to go the direct route, looking to catch the St. Ignatius goalminder unaware, and St. Ignatius with a ball forward. Oh, nice flick there by the St. John's High, number 77. St. Ignatius regaining possession, turned over again by St. John's High. I should say the number 77 showing some nifty footwork there. Handball. Free kick St. Ignatius. The referee just having a bit of a chat with the St. John's High number 17, just giving him some cautionary words. St. Ignatius free kick. Forward. Interesting situation there for St. Ignatius. Chest control. St. John's High regaining possession. Good work by the St. John's High number 10. Going on the overlap. Stopped in his track. Throw in St. John's High. St. Ignatius regaining possession. St. John's High regaining it again. The two sides not quite being able to maintain possession for a prolonged period of time, but St. John's High in possession. In the middle third. Number of men in the box, and it's who fought. Good header! It's a goal! St. John's on target. St. Ignatius 1, St. John's 1. Number of men in the box, and it's who fought. Good header! It's a goal! St. John's on target. Number of men in the box, and it's who fought. Good header! It's a goal! St. John's on target. Handball. Free kick St. John's. Stiggs allowing the opponents back into the game. You do have to say that there was a bit of a lapse in concentration in terms of their defending, and St. John's caught offside. Free kick St. Ignatius. Long ball forward. Possession regained by St. John's. St. Ignatius again in possession. Long ball forward. Free kick St. Ignatius. Will be hoping to carve out a similar set piece to the one that was for giving them a late goal. St. Ignatius showing character. Five attacking players. Free kick. Get it home! Get it home! Good corner. Good header. Five attacking players. Free kick. Get it home! Get it home! Good corner. Good header. Five attacking players. Free kick. Get it home! Get it home! Good corner. Good header. Just awaiting the restart. St. Ignatius will be getting the second half underway, hoping to close off this encounter, currently leading by 2-1. While on the other hand, St. John's will be looking to claw their way back into the game and draw level as they had done in the first half, drawing level at 1-1, but unfortunately for them, St. Ignatius grabbing a late goal right at the death to take a 2-1 lead. Proceedings about to get underway. Just waiting for the referee's whistle. These games are being played concurrently, pitch A, pitch B, and pitch C. Action back underway. St. Ignatius just gaining some ground in the attacking third. Cross through. Headed away by St. John's. St. Ignatius regaining possession in the box. A shot blocked there by the St. John's number 10. St. Ignatius in possession. Oh! What a move there by St. Ignatius. Well worked move down the left. Cross in at the back post. But unfortunately, St. Ignatius not having anyone to bundle it home. Goal kick St. John's. Long ball forward. Just chested by the St. John's High, number 27. St. Ignatius regained possession. St. Ignatius in possession. What a shot! Oh, what a shot. Good direct play there by St. Ignatius. Unfortunately, just missing the target there. Plenty of encouragement from a St. Ignatius perspective. Good play by St. Ignatius. Looking to extend their lead early in the second half. Goal kick St. John's. St. John's with a long ball forward. Looking to create some space for himself. That's St. John's. Some nifty footwork. Good play. Good play by St. John's High, but St. Ignatius regaining possession. St. Ignatius looking to catch St. John's on the break. Good defending and a throw in St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius in possession. St. John's High turning the ball over. Showing a bit of some stamina there. That's the St. John's High goalkeeper. St. John's High defender, rather. St. Ignatius in possession. His shot blocked there. Possession in the hands of St. John's High now. St. Ignatius winning a throw-in, rather. St. Ignatius in possession. St. John's High winning the ball back. Can they catch their opponents on the break? Good work there. Good midfield work by St. John's High. St. John's winning a throw-in. Long throw-in forward. The referee just cautioning St. John's High midfielder there. Seems to have been for some utterances that he made rather than anything else. St. John's High with the free kick, long free kick forward. Chest control. St. Ignatius regaining possession. Clumsily losing possession there when in a promising position there. St. Ignatius regaining possession. St. John's High. Oh! The challenge there. A clash between the St. Ignatius number 5 clashing with the St. John's number 27. Is it going to be a drop ball? Drop ball. St. Ignatius just playing the ball back to the St. John's High goal minder there. St. John's goalkeeper just barking out instructions to his teammates, asking why they're not opening up. And St. Ignatius in possession. Some nifty footwork there. Throw in St. John's. St. John's High with the throw forward. Tadiwa going down the line. St. John's with some impressive play down the right, but unfortunately being stopped in their tracks by the St. Ignatius defense. Fighting. St. Ignatius knowing the essence of the narrow lead that they have. St. John's just trying to carve out an opportunity for themselves and winning themselves a throw-in on the far right hand side. Quick throw. St. John's winning themselves another throw-in. Throw there by St. John's. St. Ignatius regaining possession as they surge into the middle third, losing possession. St. John's. Oh, wonderful footwork there, but unfortunately fouled. He tried to show some tenacity in terms of not dropping to the ground, but unfortunately he had been tripped. Tried staying on his feet, but at the end he just couldn't keep his balance, and the ref just awarding him a free kick there. St. John's with a free kick in a promising position. Can they get another goal from a set piece situation? Of course, the equalizer in the first half was from a similar situation, from a free kick that was flighted in. St. John's with a free kick. A wayward free kick, failing to find the target. And it's a goal kick for St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius will be hoping to preserve their 2-1 lead, while St. John's, on the other hand, will be looking to secure an equalizer as St. Ignatius make some changes. St. Ignatius coach bringing in some changes, making 2 substitutions. Goal kick taken by St. Ignatius. St. John's in possession, going wide onto the left-hand channel. St. John's winning themselves a throw-in. St. John's just looking to make use of the pace that they have down the left-hand channel. St. Ignatius regaining possession. St. Ignatius with the ball forward. Their man up top failing to gain control of possession. Referee the referee sounding his whistle, not sure what for, but it's going to be a drop ball. Drop ball for St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius hoof it forward. St. Ignatius in possession. St. Ignatius still in possession. Good work down the right. A good drawback. Oh! What a miss. What a miss. Good work by St. Ignatius down the right-hand channel. Good drawback. Unfortunately, just lacking composure. Glorious opportunity for St. Ignatius, who should be 3-1 to the good. Their number 9, their target man, just lacking composure. Trying to go first time with the instep, but unfortunately failing to find the target there. Should be disappointed with himself, is disappointed with himself as he's just holding his head there. Clearly dismayed by how he missed that. Good work down the right-hand channel, good drawback, but unfortunately lacking composure with the goal at his mercy. St. Ignatius with their number 8 being attended to by the medics. Just limping out of the field of play now. They may have to make a change because it doesn't look like he'll be able to come back. Just limping his way out. St. John's restarting play in their defending third. Good pressing by St. Ignatius. Winning back possession. Winning themselves a free kick. Good pressing there by their target man, their number 9. Not giving St. John's High any room whatsoever to build up play. Set piece there for St. Ignatius in a very promising position. Down the left-hand channel. They have 5 men in the box. Flighted into the box. Header. Calmly collected by the St. John's High goalkeeper, who hits it forward. Good control there by the St. John's High target man. St. John's looking to hit St. Ignatius on the transition. St. John's in possession. St. Ignatius regaining the ball. Playing it safe. Good play by the number 13. Just doing the basics right. Playing it safe. St. Ignatius in possession. Good play. Good passing game there by St. Ignatius. But the ball being regained by St. John's. St. John's number 10. Losing it in a critical area there. But fortunately for him, St. John's managing to regain the ball. Going down the left-hand channel. Ball inside the box. Goal kick St. Ignatius. Goal kick St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius just taking their time. Taking their time to restart play. Probably aware of the fact that these games are being played at the same time and not much additional time. Because when the siren goes, when the announcement for the end of play goes, all pitches, play ends. Play restarted there by St. Ignatius. St. John's regaining possession. St. Ignatius fighting. St. John's regaining possession in the middle of the park. Good play there by St. John's. Who are in dire need of a goal to get something of this encounter, and a break there by St. Ignatius. Good play. Ooh, the goalkeeper coming off his line, and another chance for St. Ignatius. Oh, with the goalkeeper off his line, St. Ignatius not able to capitalize. But you do have to applaud the awareness exhibited by the St. Ignatius number 10 in seeing that the St. John's High goalkeeper was off his line, but unfortunately not able to find the target. St. John's High with a goal kick. Goal kick forward. Possession regained by St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius winning themselves a throw down the right-hand channel. A minute to go until the end of this encounter. Will St. Ignatius extend the lead, or can St. John's High claw their way back into this game? St. Ignatius in possession. They win themselves another throw-in. You do have to give credit to St. Ignatius for not putting the foot off the pedal, despite the fact that they're in the lead. Long throw forward. Good ball there. But some alert defending there by St. John's High. St. Ignatius winning themselves a corner. I was alluding to the fact that St. Ignatius haven't put their foot off the pedal despite being ahead in this encounter. Hungry for more. They've been always hungry for more. preparing to dispatch. That's the St. Ignatius left footer there. Corner kick, the in-swinger there. Just not having enough distance. Being headed away by the St. John's High defense there. And that's the end of this encounter. St. Ignatius giving themselves a pam-pam. Walking away 2-1 victors in this encounter. Could have been 3, but unfortunately lacking a bit of some composure there. St. Ignatius getting this encounter underway on a blistering note, grabbing the early goal. St. John's clawing their way back into the game. And just before the halftime break, St. Ignatius managing to grab a second through a well-worked set piece. And in the end, it ends St. Ignatius 2, St. John's High 1.
1-2. Bringing you live commentary for the St. Ignatius team B versus Wisowl. St. Ignatius Team B are leading. This team is really good, playing marvelous football. Takayendes at number 14, one of the best in the team. What a lovely collect from the keeper. Takayendes at number 14. Here's the ball. Shot. Offside. Tatenda Frank was offside. The number 18. You have to admire the passion of these teams. Wow. It's really good. And that's wraps. And as the final whistle blows, St. Ignatius Team B has won it by a fair margin. They are really unstoppable. What a match. These teams gave it their all. Heads off to the outside. Quarters of drama. It's a beautiful, beautiful game. This is the goalkeeper, of course. Mzeki is out for this game. And that's kickoff. St. Ignatius Team A versus Bradford. Fadzanaye mpande nyama. Fadzanaye mpande nyama. Kumbre matanda. It's out for a throw-in. Bradford have put it out for a throw-in. Adro Kasosera collects the ball. Keeper collects. That was an opportunity. Missed opportunity there for Bradford. Asha Kanyere with the ball. Keeper collects. That was a really nice attempt from Asha Kanyere, St. Ignatius. Kumbere Matanda is on a mission. Will he score the golden goal for this match? He's in search for the golden ball. I can already put him in the team of the tournament already. He has displayed pure talent. Long ball from Prophet. Asha Kanyere collects. That's a foul on a Bradford player from Fadzanaye mpande nyama. Seems a serious injury. When you look at this pitch, you just have to realize the talent that fills the pitch. From the goalkeepers, to the midfielders, to the strikers, not forgetting the defenders. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful game. I'm loving the press from St. Ignatius. I'm really loving the press. Through from Kevin Chakanyuka there. It's in the wing. It's in the wing. Will he cross it? Goal from Asha Kanyere. He's missed it. He's missed it. That was an opportunity. There was an opportunity. Asha Kanyere missed it. Asha Kanyere missed an opportunity right there. Wow. Wow. That should have been a goal from Asha Kanyere. It was an open goal. He hesitated. He hesitated right there. Aisha receiving motivation from his coach, Mr. Hove. What a good coach he is. What a lovely flick from Fadzanai. Wow, what a good through from Fadzanai. Matanda! It's an offside. The referee calls for offside. That was really a good display of football right there. The through passes. Aisha Kanyeri collects. Matanda. Matanda lost it. You have to love the pressing from Fadzanai. You can see that he's hungry. You can see the hunger from Fadzanai. He really wants the ball. If all players were as passionate as he is, that was really close. That was really close. It's a goal kick. What a nice stop from Adrio Kasosera. Asha Kanyeri with the ball. What a nice through to Matanda. Matanda gives it to the number 9. Shot. And it's a goal! It's a goal from Paris! It's a goal! It's a goal from the number 21 to the number 9. Shot. And it's a goal! It's a goal from Paris! It's a goal! St. Ignatius has scored a goal by Wheezy. What a lovely shot, what a lovely shot, what a lovely shot. St. Ignatius have already qualified for the quarterfinals. What a good clearance from Alex Mutuvira right there. Well done, Alex, well done. I'm really loving the good teamwork that St. Ignatius team have shown. It's really good. You can really see that they are passionate. They are really hungry for this win. Wow. Apparently the referee says the ball has gone out. Mutizwa tried to put it back in. Apparently the referee says it was out. Throw in for St. Ignatius. Supporters are complaining. Supporters are complaining. The referee is not seeing the game very well. You should really love how Matanda plays his ball. Calm, he keeps the ball, he passes the ball very well. You have to love his first touches. They are really impeccable. And it's out for a corner. An opportunity to increase their lead. Will they sail through St. Ignatius? St. Ignatius staggering themselves like Arsenal FC. What a nice header there from Mutizwa. Keeper kept it out.
Controlled by Prophet. Lovely football, lovely defending. Corner for Bradford. An injury from a Bradford player. Okay, he's up now. Bradford about to take the corner.
What do you think of this game so far?
Lovely football from St. Ignatius College. I feel like they're going to win this tournament. Throwing for St. Ignatius College. Throw by Matanda. Back to Soso. Out. Throwing for St. Ignatius College. Lovely defending. Or a chance for Bradford. But defended very well by Prophet. Throwing for Bradford. Bradford with the ball. Into the box and out of the box. Wonderful recovery by Matanda.
What do you think? Do you think Matanda should be given player of the tournament?
To be honest, I think he deserves it. He's been outstanding in these matches. Wonderful football. He's got a bright future ahead of him.
It reminds me of you back in your prime. Do you still want to play?
No. I'm retired. I don't think I can go back to playing football again. Clearance by Bradford. Collected by the keeper. Lovely football from Prophet. There is such wonderful football. To Matanda. A shot. A goal! A goal!
Lovely football! Boys!
A shot. A goal! A goal!
Easy with the boys.
Lovely football from St. Ignatius College. A shot. A goal! A goal! A shot. A goal! A goal! Profits. That way. To Asha. And that's that. Half time. Join us shortly after the break for the second half. St. Ignatius leads 2-0.
line. St. Ignatius team A2. Bradford nil. What a lovely flick from Asha Kanyeri right there. Young player of the tournament for me. Asha attempts to cross it into the box for Bryce to receive it. But Bradford clears. Foul against Bradford.
Against St. Ignatius. Foul against St. Ignatius.
Into the box. And it goes out for a goal kick. Gororo asking for the ball. Bradford in the wing. Is he going to cross it? Blocked by Prophet. Do the Bradford players want to play the game? Shooting into the air like that. What a lovely header. Matanda collects. Gororo with the ball. Out for a goal kick. Kumbere Matanda, number 10. He is hungry for a goal in this match. 4 goals in his last 2. A hat-trick in the first. Beautiful, beautiful football from Matanda. Matanda collects. Dispossessed right there. Asha Kanyeri collects the ball. Handball. Handball. You have to admire the passion of the players. The likes of Fadzanai Mpandinyama. He's been defending very, very well. The partnership, Fadzanai and Prophet, has been a vital. Matanda into the box. And it's a goal from Matanda! Simple goal from Matanda right there! 3-0 to St. Ignatius. Matanda with his 5th goal. Wow, 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 wow. It's a goal from Matanda. The coach, Mr. Ho, is calling for more. He's not satisfied with the 3. He wants more. Five goals is not an easy tally. Wow, a wonderful flick from Matanda into the wing right there. Wow. Bradford clears. Are they going to produce something? Lovely passing from Bradford, but straight to Alex Mutuira. Kelvin Chaganyuka with the ball. Kelvin Chaganyuka with the ball. And it's a nice through. Is he going to score? And it's cleared out for a throw-in. What a nice through from Chaganyuka Kelvin. Kumbre Matanda. Is Chaganyuka going to cross? Into the box. Lovely header from Asha, but out for a goal kick. What a wonderful play from St. Ignatius College. Team A. A good cross from Kelvin Chaganyuka. Creates an opportunity for Asha. But Asha headed out. Lovely football, lovely football. St. Ignatius Team A. The Leopards.
Free kick for Bradford. To the box. And collected by the keeper. Out by the keeper. St. Ignatius College. And Bradford with the ball. A lovely skill from the Bradford player. Bradford player down. You have to admire the skill from these Bradford players. It's being attended to right now.
If Bradford are going to come back into this game, they need serious strategizing. They need serious strategizing and a game plan. 3-0 is not an easy margin. You can see that St. Ignatius is filled with talented players. Kumbira Matanda right there. Fadzanai right there. Alex Mutuya, the center back right there. Prophet Kasusira. Look at the substitute bench. Full of talent. Blessed Mandlazi. Eugene Chaduka. Anthony Mazimba, aka Skafta. Pure talent. St. Ignatius keeping the ball. What a miss. A miss that will prove to be deadly for Bradford. And it's a goal kick. That miss would have proved to be painful for Bradford. They need to be steady on the game if they want to come back from this deficit. Asher with the ball. And the ball is headed out for a corner. Corners are dangerous if it's coming from St. Ignatius. Into the box. And it's a goal! Kubirai Matata! Kubirai Matata with a goal! Another goal for Kubirai Matata! Into the box. And it's a goal! Kubirai Matata! Into the box. And it's a goal! Copyright! Goal. Into the box. And it's a goal! Copyright Matata! It's been a one-sided team. It's been a one-sided game, to be quite honest. Asha Kenyere with the ball to the stomach. That must have been painful.
Who is that? Who is that?
That's Asha Kenyere. Young talent.
Only from
Just a Form 3 student. Already in the first team for St. Ignatius. Pure talent. The St. Ignatius bench warming up. More talent. Blessed Mandlazi. Anthony Mazimba. Benjamin Mutetwa. Eugene Chaduka. Bradford with the ball. St. Ignatius with 9 shots on target compared to Bradford's 0 shots on target. A one-sided game for sure. Matanda with the ball to Fadzanai. Prophet collects. Prophet to the right winger. Across into the box. And a shot from Matanda! Hat-trick from Matanda! Another hat-trick from Matanda! Across into the box. And a shot from Matanda! Hat-trick from across into the box. And a shot from Matanda! Hat-trick from Matanda! Across into the box. And a shot from Matanda! Hat-trick from Matanda!
contacted for position. Fuck.
I just love how Matanda attacks the gap with a good finish. A standing ovation from his teammates. Kumbirai Matanda, the number 10, best in the game. Well done, Captain Matanda. Standing ovation from Captain Matanda. Kumbirai Matanda. Well done, well done, well done, Matanda. As he walks out of the pitch with 3 goals. 7 in total. 3 in his first. 1 in his second. And another hat-trick in this third match. And it seems like St. Ignatius are not done yet. They're hungry for another. Exactly. Sniper Matanda. A cross from Kelvin Chakanyuka. Lovely attempt, a lovely attempt, a lovely attempt. That's really good. They really want to win this tournament. Wow, 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 wow. It's still A long walk to the trophy. But St. Ignatius are the favorable candidates for the win. Bradford collects to the win. Prophet is there to defend. Prophet collects straight to Kelvin Chakanyuka. Chakanyuka to Gororo. And that's full time. 5-0 for St. Ignatius. What a wonderful game. It's been a good game. 5-0. A one-sided game. 2 goals from Bryce, aka Wheezy. 3 goals from Matanda, the captain. 2 hat-tricks in 3 games. That's wonderful. Beautiful, beautiful. Tantalizing football from Kumbirai Matanda. We're waiting for the next game. But St. Ignatius have shown that they really want to win this game. They are down for the challenges up ahead. They have won their last 3 games in their group. 3-0 against Westminster. 2-1 against St. John's Emerald Hill. And a wonderful 5-0 victory against Bradford. Wonderful, wonderful scorelines right there. Co-commentator Alan, what do you think? How do you rate the game so far? How are they? Keep in mind, let's focus on the best team so far, St. Ignatius College Team A.
about to begin. So, we're waiting. The kids are hard to differentiate. So Samo Centenary is going to be the one in white and blue, and Tynwald will be wearing maroon. Game is about to begin, so don't go anywhere. And it's Tynwald in the maroon and Samo Centenary in the white and blue. And the game begins with Tynwald collected by the keeper for Samo Centenary, and out by the keeper. Out for a throw-in. Number 22, Chalura for Samo Centenary, the throw-in. And it's a free kick. Free kick for Samo Centenary in a very dangerous position. Into the box and out for a goal kick for Tynwald. So Chengi, how do you think about this game so far?
So far, it's been a fair game. We'll have to see set pure cases that which team will outdo the
Goal kick by Tynwald. Collected by the Samo Centenary defense. Scrappy. Intercepted by Tynwald. And out. And out by Tynwald for a throw-in for Samo Centenary. Throw in Samo Centenary. Samo Centenary pressuring. And you can tell that they want to go Samo Centenary. And it's a goal kick for Tynwald. Goal kick by Tynwald. And collected by the attacker for Tynwald. He's in the box. Shots and collected by the keeper. The keeper, Samo Centenary, going for the attack. The left winger crosses the ball and hits Samo Centenary player, and it's out for a goal kick. Lovely football. Lovely attacking football by Samo Centenary. Goal kick for Tynwald. And it's out. For Tynwald. Throw in. Collected by Samo Centenary. And out. Failed to clear that ball. Cross. Oh! What a lovely shot by Samo Centenary. And it's still in. And it's cleared by the Samo Centenary defender. It's no defender, sorry. And seems to me the keeper is down. Being tended to right now. But what a lovely save from the Tynwald keeper to keep the Samo Centenary shot out.
A good sacrifice for the team.
It's being tended to right now as we speak. Samo Centenary, the shot on target, saved by the keeper for Tynwald. It's been lovely football so far from both teams, both attacking and defending. Just love to see it. Keeper for Tynwald is back up and ready to play. A throw in for Samo Centenary. Displaced by the Tynwald defense. Tynwald is going for the attack. What lovely football. And the cross for Tynwald. Oh, what a lovely header from Tynwald. Collected by Tynwald. They're going again for the attack. Displaced. Now Samo Centenary. Oh, what a fast player for them. Such a Samo Centenary winger. Very dangerous, that one. Tynwald need to look out for him. And it's out for a throw in. Throw in for Samo Centenary. To the box. Collected by the Tynwald keeper. Throws it out to number 14 for Tynwald. And this is displaced by the Samo Centenary. Kicks it out for Tynwald. Collected by the Tynwald player. And out for throw-in for Tynwald. Tynwald control it. What lovely football. And they're on for the attack again, but it's controlled by the defender. It's out for a goal kick for Samo Centenary. Free kick for Tynwald. Number 10 for Tynwald to take the free kick. And if they utilize this position, something might come out. Free kick. And it's out for a goal kick for Samo Centenary. Lovely football being played so far by both teams. Tynwald with the ball. And Tynwald again on the attack, but out for a throw-in for Tynwald. And out by the Samo Centenary defender. Now with Samo Centenary on the attack. The cross blocked and out for a goal kick. Goal kick by Tynwald. Samo Centenary with the ball, displaced by Tynwald. Back to Samo Centenary. The ball seems to be all over the place. It's out for a goal kick for Samo Centenary. I'm not sure if it was an attempt shot on target, but I was off target. But Tynwald, goal kick for Samo Centenary. And it's out for a throw-in for Samo Centenary. Throw by Samo Centenary into the box. And cleared by the Samo Centenary defender. By the Tynwald defender, sorry. And out for a throw-in. Cleared by the Tynwald, and it is out for a goal kick for Samo Centenary. Lovely football they've displayed so far. It's out. Back in. Oh. Out. A nice attempt by the Tynwald attacker, and it's out for a corner for Tynwald. They've been playing wonderful football so far. I'm impressed. Corner taken by Tynwald.
That's half time. Tynwald and Samo Centenary. 0-0 at half time. They've been playing good football. It's been wonderful. from Tynwald. Centenary still on the ball into the box. Is he going to score? This is the opportunity. Centenary collects, and the handball from Samo Centenary. And it has stopped the rhythm of the game. The game was moving very nicely. Good passes, good deflections. What a game. And the header into the keeper's arms. Sloppy first touch from the number 4, and it's out for a corner. Is this an opportunity for Samo Centenary to break the dreadlock? Number 19 missed. Back to the midfield. Back into the box. Number 12 is waiting. And a wide shot out for a goal kick for Tynwald. Into the box. And it's a goal kick for Tynwald. There was a suspected handball in there. The referee says foul on a Tynwald player. Floppy first touch from number 12, Centenary. Number 2 with the ball. Still on the ball. Tynwald still on the ball. A nice through. Is he going to cross it? No penalty. Goal kick for Tynwald. Tynwald player down. It's just time wasting, really. Still 0-0. And the players are still wasting time. If Tynwald don't win this game, it's all over for them. Tynwald player has been attended to. And the game is back underway. Goal kick from Samo Centenary. Tynwald collects. Back to Samo Centenary. Number 12. Nice through pass. Across into the box. And it's wide out.
different amaona malingi.
Lofted upfield by the Tynwald defense. Oh, blocked by the Centenary defender at a cost. Samuelson on attack. What a shot. Just over. Apple should he let her better next time. If you win for Samuelson, make something from nothing. Stay tuned to find out. Lucky. Another few win. Pick two. Can say here is something to make something once again. Thrown in the box. Was lacking, but keeper had it covered. Now Tynwald have chance to counter. Throw in. 1 minute until the end of this game. Then we progress the knockout stages. Stay tuned to find out what happened. Tynwald is now on the attack. The striker. This is dribbling. He's so good at dribbling that he confused himself. Samuel Centenary have another throw-in. One ball. Three on three. Will they make something short? Goal! Goal! What a celebration! Goal! Goal by Samuel. Will they make something short? Goal! Goal! What a celebration! Goal! Goal by Samuel. Will they make something short? Goal! Goal! What a celebration! Goal! Goal! Will they make something short? Goal! Goal! What a celebration! Goal! Will they make something short? Goal! Goal! What a celebration! Goal! Will they make something short? Goal! Goal! What a celebration! Goal! Goal by Samuel. Will they make something short? Goal! Goal! What a celebration! Goal! Goal by Samuel.